Afternoon all. How are we doing? How are we doing? Oh, a bit late on again today. Apologies for that. But the shower was calling this morning, so I had to finish off some work in the shower. Lastminute.com. So that messed me up once again. And I was thinking about what to do today, and I bought all these bits to do this power supply. It would have been last year now, and I haven't got round to doing it yet. So I thought, let's get it done. Well, hopefully get it done, or get it partly done. I don't think I've got everything here to finish it, but we can get pretty close. We can get pretty close, hopefully. Excuse me. So we've got a few in. Ninja was in first today. And Jess, he loves the Commodore computers better than the new ones. What is it about them though? I mean, obviously a new computer is going to play lifelike games, isn't it? But you know, it's going to be much faster, better graphics. But for some reason, the old Commodore computers have still got a really big following, and I think it's a nostalgia thing, isn't it? Really. The other thing I think, and one of the reasons I like them, is the games are so much easier to play, aren't they? You know, these days you've got to spend days and days and days just playing one game to get through to a next level. But with the Commodore 64, you just picked it up, plugged it in, chucked your cassette in or whatever, and away you went. And you know, it wasn't rocket science, and it didn't take you long to play a game. You know, get through a level or get killed usually, depending what you were playing. So I think that's a lot of it. They're so much easier, less. You don't need to think as much. I think that's what I'm trying to get at anyway. So Michael Hyde's in. I'm Michael. Colin Parnell. Theo's in. It must be Sundays. Chris, all the gear, no idea. And Benji. Benji's in. And Rob Cross. Hi, Rob. Benji's still got stuff for sale. Rob Titheridge. Afternoon, Rob. We've got quite a few in here. Phil the Power. How you doing, Phil? Keith Brandel. Hi, Keith. Harvey. Harvey's Vintage. Reel to Reel. Marvin. Hi, Marvin. And Aston's in. Good afternoon to you, Aston. And Cody's. The C64 does have two output voltages. I think it's AC and DC as well, Paul. I think it's 9 volts and 5 volts from memory, but all will be revealed, hopefully, if I can get my head around it. So as I say, this came about last year. As I say, before Christmas, I think it was. I was looking for some bits to build, really. I quite fancied ordering in some PCBs from China and getting a few bits and pieces built to sort of help with the Commodore 64 and the Amiga. So I've got probably 3 or 4 different things to build, but the power supply is the real one because you know, it's a new Commodore supply, and people do make them and sell them on eBay. They are available, but they are quite expensive, and this isn't cheap, to be honest, but I think it's better than what's available. So I've got an original Commodore supply here that we can have a look at. So let's quickly go onto my bench. I've got my my parts list from Mauser here. There's 4 pages of the stuff. Look. So I've got a lot of components to sort through in a minute, and a big bag of stuff to sort through with ESD hazards and all sorts of stuff on it. But this is the original Commodore 64 power supply. And Paul's quite right, there's 2 output voltages. We've got 5 volt DC at 1.7 amps. And we got 9 volts AC at 1 amp. And it's 18 volt amps, apparently. The problem with these particular ones, and there's pardon me, 2 different versions. I mean, I've got this one. I've got exactly the same one in a black plastic, and you've also got the ones with the like angled section on them. These are just solid potted you cannot yeah, well, there is someone on YouTube that's done some videos about getting these actually out. He's made up a little jig. Take the bottom plate off, and he basically gives it a lot of welly, and eventually the epoxy bit breaks out, and then he rebuilds a new power supply in the existing case, which was an idea. Yeah, it was an idea. But as I say, I found this this circuit board. I was just googling like Commodore 64 power supply. So we'll check this supply in a minute, because it has got is it 7-pin DIN on these? 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7-pin DIN connector. And I'm not sure if I managed to get hold of some of these. I may have done. I've got 5-pin DINs here, but we want the 7-pin DIN. So let's have a look over at what we're going to build. Let's have a look. Don't use the original unless you've checked the output and they're potted. Yeah, you're right. You're dead right, Paul. And there is another little device that I've got to build, which is a C64 saver, which is a little device that you put in between this plug and your computer, and it basically stops any over voltage, because the regulator's failing these, and then it dumps a lot of voltage into your Commodore 64 and pops all your very rare ICs. It sticks, I can't remember what it sticks up the back end of it, but yeah, basically it kills your computer, and you end up having to spend a lot of money on new ICs if you can get them. 18 volt amps is 18 watts AC. If you've got a power supply that's got an 18 VA transformer in it. Well, to say, I have got the transformer for this kit. So, well, it's not a kit; it's a PCB. Now, let me explain. Let me explain. So, as I say, I was on PCBWay one day, and I was doing a bit of a search on Commodore 64, and there was a guy on YouTube that built an absolutely amazing power supply. In fact, I think he built two. He built one for the Commodore 64, and he built one for the Commodore floppy drive. Is it 1541? I think it's 1541. So I found this on PCBWay. Let's just get rid of me a minute so you can see the whole screen. Hopefully you can see the screen. Yes, you can. So this is the chap that's designed this PCB, Roman Kubat. I think he's from Poland, isn't he? I'm not 100% sure, but I think he's Polish. Anyway, this is the PCB on PCBWay, and this is PCBWay Plus, which is like the community, I suppose, that share projects. And have I clicked on that? Oh, I've got to log in. Oh, I can log in, I suppose, can't I? So let's click on appreciate that. I thought I'd already done that, but I hadn't. So yeah, this is the PCBs that I found. Top, bottom, that's not a lot. That's the bottom of the power supply. Solder mats, that's not a lot. But if we scroll down a bit, there's some more info here. So you can see the transformer there, and that is an 18 volt amp. Hopefully that's the one that I've got. I hope it is. So this is his power supply. It's very neat, and it's going to be really interesting to build this with fuses galore in the thing. I don't know if I've got all the fuses. I think I bought the fuse holders, and I think I've got the filter cap I bought in. He's done loads more as well. There's lots of stuff here that he's done. There's Amiga stuff, EEPROM adapter, Atari stuff. There's loads of stuff. And if you look in PCBWay, there's loads of different Commodore 64 projects. This guy as well, C64 Istanbul. I think I've got a couple boards of his as well. So there's all sorts of things that you can make. You basically got to you've got to order the boards in from PCBWay. So you just add them to your cart. They are bigger boards than usual, so they are more expensive than the usual sort of $5 for 5 type thing. These I think these are about 26 quid for 5. But they are bigger boards. They're very well made as well. We'll have a look at them in a minute. And there's no sponsorship. I'm not sponsored by PCBWay. They don't even know me. Well, I've got an account with them, but that's about it. I've not uploaded any projects. I think as soon as you start uploading stuff to PCBWay, they start to recognise you. Anyway, as we go down at the bottom here, there's a link to his blog, which describes how he makes this thing, which is here. And there's Roman. That looks a bit big, doesn't it? So this is the bill of parts here. And again, I think I'm not sure that I've been able to get these connectors. So there's a few bits and pieces I haven't got here, but hopefully I've got enough to build the guts of the thing. I've managed to find a housing that's different to the one here, but there is links to everything. And what I'll do afterwards, I'll put these 2 links in the description, so if anybody wants to ever go at building one themselves, they can. So this is basically the start of it. I think he's just going through what bits to put in first. And there's some weird non-polarized diodes that we've got to watch out for as well. So transformer's quite lumpy. 18-volt amp. And it wants a 2-amp fuse on the input and the output by the looks of it. See, I always thought that that this meant that these fuses were built into this, but it's not, I don't think. I think you've got to have them external. So it wants you to protect the input and output with a 2-amp time delay fuse. I think that's it anyway. He's also provided the pinout, so we'll use this in a minute to check the pinout on this existing one. I think it doesn't really say whether this is looking at the back or the front, but I assume it's looking at the front of the plug as you're looking at the pins, not at the rear. So he's using crimp connectors. Make sure the power plug was poured with hot glue. So again, I don't know that I've actually got a solution for the input and output yet either. I think he's using figure of 8 connector on there, and I do have one of those here. Say some of this I've managed to get hold of and some I haven't. Little blue LED as well. In fact, that LED was quite difficult to find. I mean, it's a very high brightness. Why he's gone for such a bright one, I don't know. But that's going to be blinding almost. It's hellish. A lot of lumens, that is. So it also says that the PCB can be bought on Allegro. I don't know what Allegro is. But there you are. That's what we're going to build, hopefully. Hopefully. Let's just catch up with the chat. Any reading of 6 or higher as a failed DC regulator? Yeah, you're right, Paul. Hi, Andy Tobin, how are you? Spring is about. It's getting a bit nicer, isn't it? Still living cold though here. Right, so let's oh, hang on, just trashing my drill box. In fact, I don't know what that's doing there. That should be in under there, but like I say, I've been DIYing the past couple months really. So let's get this plugged in and we'll have a look at this power supply. It'll probably go up in smoke now I've turned it on. So there's no indicator on this to show it's on at all. It's just there, right. Meter fully charged. I remember to charge it this time. Right, let's have a look. It's very easy to short these pins out as well. In fact, way too easy to short these pins out. So let me get my little picture back up with the pin out on it. So pin 2 is the ground, which is the one down the bottom. I wonder if I can grip onto that with any of my little adapters. Certainly not that one. Just unplug that a second while I... actually, I can just turn that off for a sec. Oh, turns my light off. That's useful. Just going to see if I can clamp onto the ground pin. Yeah, okay, that's better. Turn that back on. Okay, so let's do the AC first. Is pin 5 plus 5. The ground, is that common to AC and DC? Oh, 6 and 7 is AC. Right, okay. So we'll do the DC first then. So, I'm connected to pin 2. So pin 5, which is next to pin 2, should be our 5 volts. And it's not. Why is that? On DC, definitely connected there. No, nothing. So is it backwards then? Is this the 5 volt pin? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like that's looking at it from the back of the plug then, which is great. Okay. This is 5.2. So let's pop it onto AC now. Let's connect up to the AC, and this should be 9 volts between pins 6 and 7. 10.3. I mean, that's straight off the transformer, which you'd expect because there's a voltage regulator inside the Commodore 64 that pulls that down to different voltages. So the key one is the 5 volts. So that supply, as I say, is at the moment okay, but it's still risky to leave it actually. It's still risky to leave it in line. Let's get that out of the way, because it could fail at any time. At any time. So yeah, that is viewed from the back of the plug by the looks of it. I don't know if it's I don't know if yeah, that is viewed from the back of the plug. I don't know if this right in here, I haven't translated that. Whether that says something viewed from the rear or something, I don't know. But yeah, it does look like that is viewed from the rear. I don't suppose it matters which way around this goes because it's AC. But obviously we've got to get pins 2 and 5 for our 5 volts. Anyway. You put tape over the blue LEDs. Yeah, I'm not surprised. So let's have a look at this lot. Let's zoom out a little bit. Let's have a look at this lot. So I've not even opened this. I don't know when did I get this in? Oh, January the 9th I ordered this. I said I didn't bother ordering it until I had the PCBs here. Let's just have a look inside here. So these are the enclosures that I found that matched the size on the blog. And they're virtually identical, apart from the fact they've got this flange on there. For, I suppose you could wall mount it. You could stick it up underneath the bench. I mean, that's a useful extra. If you don't like it, you could cut them off, I suppose. So gasket and screws. And this is a lump, but it is an 18 volt amp supply, transformer even. 2 amp time delay fuses it wants, 9 volt, 2 times 9 volt secondaries, 2 30 volt primary. And there's our PCB. It's got a little bit of a ground plane over this area. I still haven't worked out how to get the ground plane on yet. That's a pain. Mike, how you doing? Mother's Day, of course it is. Mike Hammond, how are you? You had one of those in the dim and distant days. How you doing, Mike? Something about a warning with super bright LEDs looking directly at them. Now they're everywhere, yeah. So yeah, not a bad little PCB that, really. Double-sided, there's no layer in the middle. But it fits the transformer perfectly. It's got the holes in it to secure it with nuts and bolts. I've got some M3 nuts and bolts, so that's basically the basis of it. So some of this is electrostatic, so I'm going to have to stick my wristband on here if I can find the thing. Well, there's one end of it. Let's click that on. Clippity clip clop. There, on. So what have we got here? Octal D-type flip-flops. So some of this stuff is for another project, so I'm probably going to have to go down through the bill of parts and just see if I can find bits that I know are for this. So here we go, 2 amp fuses, 10. Fragile, handle with care. 2 amp fuses, that's definitely for this. Flip-flops. TI inverters. EEPROM. Yeah, that's for another project. So I've got to do a bit of EEPROM programming at some stage. I'm a bit scared about Non-isolated DC-DC converters. This is that Traco thing that costs a fortune. Well, that was ridiculous money, but there you go. Got to be done because it's part of the power supply. N-channel MOSFETs. I don't think that's for this supply. I think that's for another project. DF robot accessories. These are pin headers. These are the little jumpers that you put on the pin headers. And I struggle to find those, to be honest. But Mouser only had these, and I had to buy God knows how many of them there is in there, but they weren't expensive. I think there's 100 in there. Again, I don't think that's for this project. It might be. So we've got some spade connectors, some soldering the board ones. That's definitely for this. It's getting a little bit closer. So yeah, spade connectors soldered directly into the board. ESD suppressors, TVS diodes. That's definitely for this project. This might... I've just ordered one there. Look. I've got some more of these, but I suppose I try to order everything from the same supplier. So that's my 50 volts, 2200 microfarad Nichicon. 4-bit synchronous TI counter ICs. Again, I think that's for another project. LED holders. Again, another thing that I struggled to find. Just a little LED mount, just to mount it onto the actual power supply box. There's our fuse holders. Bit industrial looking. They look a bit big actually. So hopefully they'll fit. Again, there's a lot of stuff here that I couldn't actually get, so I've had to try and fathom out what it was. Looks like I have got some DIN plugs, and they are 7-pin, made in Taiwan. So we need those. Another handle with care. I think that's the other fuse. There's a couple different fuses. 250 volts, 16 amp, 0.16 amp, 160 milliamp. Time lag, because there is 3 fuses in the thing. What's this? 32-pin dual wipe dip socket. And now I think that's for another project. Caution, moisture sensitive devices. Christ, what the hell's in there? Blue water clear standard LEDs. Through hole. Why on earth have they got LEDs in this like danger bag? Hey, moisture sensitive. Devices require bake before mounting. If baking is what? That doesn't sound right, does it? But that apparently is an LED. One LED. That seems a bit over the top. Hell. Do not pass go. 2.5 to 36 volt programmable adjustable STM micro voltage reference. I think they're in there. Some, is that inductors? ESD suppressors, TVS diodes. There. whacking great bridge rectifier, 4 amp, 400 volts. Observe precautions. Electrostatic, really? Bridge rectifier? I wouldn't have thought that was electrostatic sensitive, but there you go. Tactile switches, again, that's for another project. Quad 2 input POS and TI logic gates, another project. What's this? EPCOS TDK safety capacitors. I think that's for this one. Well, I don't think that's everything that I need, but it's a lot of it. Let's put this out of the way. Let's put that other power supply out of the way. Hi Colin, how are you? Hi Brett. So I think we're going to use the PCB holder from Mr. Andrew Ausfa. Let's put that transformer in there for now, out of the way. This was a gift from Andrew, and it's going to be extremely useful for this project, I think. In fact, it's extremely useful for any board builder. I think if I mount it that way, yeah, that should be about right there. You use a TL866 universal programmer. I think that's what I've got here, Ninja. There you go, TL866 2 Plus. So never used it yet. Scared. I'm scared of it, but I'm gonna give it a go at some stage because I've got to build. I've got to build some PLA chips. I'll try and spit that out then. Okay. It's going to need to come out a bit further. Still a bit further. So as I say, really, you are risking it if you plug your lovely retro Commodore 64 into into the power supply, into the mains. What are you saying, Graham? You're rabbiting on again about nothing. There we go. One PCB. That's weird, this light is not great, is it? I've got to have it on because it's... There we go. There we are. Right, okay, so I would think that a lot of this is going to be self-explanatory now. The tricky thing is going to be which diode goes where, I think. It looks like that LED's got 3 different connectors on it. I'm not convinced that that's the right LED, to be honest. I mean, for a 3-legged LED, that would be dual colour, surely. So let's have a look. 0.33 TDK safety cap. So let me get the... I did print all this out, but I don't know what I've done with it. Let me just see if I can find my printed version. I won't need to keep flicking the screen off then to look at it on screen. So I did print all this off already, but that was some time ago. No, that's all recent stuff. Oh well, was worth a quick look. I don't know what I've done with that. What I might do is it'd be in the other room, but I don't really want to go hunting for that unless I've piled it there. Let me just check there. It's a great pile of paperwork here. No Melody Maker. No. Oh well. Oh well, looks like I'm going to have to look at it. Programs pretty much anything, Ninja. Right, let me get up to the list of parts then. J1, 2, 4, 5, 6 and 7 are flat connectors. Okay. So, flat connectors are those spade things. That's these. 6.3 mil. So where the hell do they go? I think it's in here, isn't it? Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, okay. So I'm glad he's done the blog thing. So it's going to be difficult to solder them on, isn't it? Because as soon as I turn the board over, they're going to fall out. Is it Operation Blue Tack? Saying that I probably want to get the smaller components in first. There's one resistor there, and the diodes I think is probably going to be the first to put in. So let's get the diodes sorted. It's all interesting stuff, isn't it? Yam Beta channel. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Okay, now I've very carefully put that blue tack down, and I've lost where I put it now. Ah, there we are. So I've got a bit of blue tack here, so we'll just probably blue tack that on. Most of the stuff I can bend the legs. Right, okay, what's this one here then? This is a P6KE ESD suppressor TVS diodes. D2 and D3 are the P6KE. Bidirectional, it doesn't matter how they're soldered, so that's D2 and D3. Yeah, over voltage diode P6KE. D2 and D3. Right, so they're first. They can go in first. And this is saying that this is static sensitive. Whether it is or not, I don't know. But obviously, it is. They wouldn't go putting the whacking great labels all over it. I've only bought 2 of these. Some of these components were quite expensive. So D2 and D3, pretty self-explanatory. The other thing I haven't sourced is some multi-core wire either. D2, D3, I don't know that we need to be squashing them right down flush with the board, do we? I suppose we ought to, don't we? I need to get me one of those leg bending tools, don't I? Make life easier. Because this isn't going that great. Right, let's flip that over. Hopefully I am on the... yeah, okay. Dean, how you doing? Solder from the top of the board? Really? I don't know. Top of the board solder? Still haven't got a soldering iron cartridge yet for the pace. Fineller out of stock. Let's see if that's gone through. Yes, it has. It's fine. Okay. Solder from the top of the board, Dean. I've not heard that before, but I don't suppose it matters which way you solder. Oh, that ground plane's pretty lumpy. Of course, not even struggling to melt my solder, that is. 350 degrees. There we are, I'll set those 2 in. That was not very straight there. Let's give that a bit of persuasion. That's even more. Right, let's cut those legs off. Quite lumpy legs, those. Lumpy legs? I think this is, well, this is the first time I've actually ordered a board and built something from the board. Let's say I will eventually get round to sending my own board off for prototyping. Doug, how you doing, mate? Clocks went forward last night, did they? I mean, ours must be going going forward at some stage. So it's bending the legs. Yeah, I don't really like bending the legs, Dean, but mate, yours 3D printed you a component lead bending thing. Yeah, there's another thing I've got to do, Ninja, is sort my 3D printer out. It's a pain not having it. There's so many things I need it for. D4 is a 1N4007. Well, I won't have ordered those in because I've got stacks of them here somewhere. So look where my screen is. So let me find a 1N4007. As I say, I've got stacks of them, but can I put my hands on them when I need them? Right in here. It's not in that one. Oh yes. There we go. 1N4007 is a standard sort of rectifier diodes. Probably one of the most used diodes there is, isn't it, really? Everybody's used the 104007, I'm sure. So D4, that is. Where's D4? And that's again, it's marked on the board which way round it goes, which is very nice of them. Let's try Dean's method then. Let's have a look. Will it or won't it go solder through? Let's have a see. Never soldered through the top of the board, but got to try these things. So let's see if that's gone through. It has. Wow, there we are. How about that for a tip then? Let's solder in the top of the board. Stops them falling out. That's a bit wonky, Graham. Come on. I'm going to have to go and find the old goggles. It's a bit neater. Just pop the legs off of that. I did so through fine. That's actually a really good tip. I wouldn't have thought of that, Dean. It's very simple, isn't it? But there you go. Well, that's 3 of the diodes in. Or is that all of the diodes? No, we still got... Oh, hang on. I've just put that in the wrong blimmin' place, haven't I? It's D4. The D4 is down. Which is which? No, that is the right place. That's a bit confusing on the screen print there. I must admit, I had a thought then that I just soldered that in the wrong place. I'll show you what I mean. So it's got it's got D1 right by the leglet. Oh no, I've gone and soldered it in D1. But no, that's actually D4 underneath. So it's not great board marking there. That ought to really have come across a bit, or even gone down the bottom there. That's a little bit confusing, but I think I'm right. I think I'm good. So it hasn't mentioned D1 yet in the I'll leave it zoomed in a bit actually. It's a bit easier to see, a bit nicer to see, I think. I'm gonna need to get a beer sorted. It's beer o'clock. Mr. E, how are you? Clock's for 28th of March. That's a fair while yet, isn't it? Colin said that as well. Yeah, cheers for that, Dan. That's a good little tip, that. You don't own a clock or a watch, just use your mobile phone. I think a lot do these days, don't they? Right. Let's get ourselves sorted. Sort yourself out, Graham, here. Let's get some beer underway. So we're going with the appets today. Could have religious beer, haven't you, on a Sunday, really? We did have the bishop's finger last week, but no finger in this week. None of the bishop's finger this week. Yeah, I hadn't really ever thought of soldering from the top side there, Dan. But this PCB holder does certainly help, without a doubt. Mrs. Cruncher's very busy at the moment. She's hyperactive. She's like a Duracell bunny. You can't stop. She can't stop. She's been painting this morning, sanding, filling, cleaning, moving her dressing room around. She'll probably be out with the dogs in a minute, I expect. Where's our Mr. Man Cave anyway? I haven't seen Mr. Man Cave for a couple of days. I haven't heard from him either. I normally speak to Sean in the week. Right, anyway, cheers everybody. Happy Mother's Day as well. Right, D1. Where's D1? Get the bishop's elbow this week. Got the abbot. Is the abbot? I don't think the abbot's as high ranking as the bishop, is he? Right. D1 is a 1N5908. Well, we have got that here, but I don't know. I would have thought that we'd have put the big diode in next, but he's saying no. So we've got a little capacitor that goes in behind D4. Now what size is that? That is C3. $100 NF at 50 volts. No. 100 NF at 50 volts. I have got some NP0 ones here somewhere. Where are they? That's in with the stuff that I got to build Manuel's BFO, I think. $50 volts, 2000. Yeah, let's have a look, see if I've got any in here. $47. I'm going to have every one bar that one, aren't I? $330. What did I say it was? 100 NF. 100 NF. .8 NF. Trinity picofarads. 220 picofarads. 0.1. 0.1. I'm pretty sure 0.1 is 100 NF. I hate these point. Why can't they just tell me what they are? I'm pretty sure 0.1 is 100 NF. I'm sure you're shouting at the screen. Afternoon, did so are you? Actually managed to find my capacitor charts again now, so I can check this. So 100 NF is 0.1 microfarads. Yeah, I was right. Always got to doubt myself though, haven't I? So 0.1, 50 volts, and these are multi-layer ceramic. It says Manuel BFO on them. So apparently we've got 2 of those to stick in. So I have got 5 of these boards. So I might see if I can put a kit together, because I've got a few of the enclosures as well. So if anybody wants a go at building their own, I might have a chance. So C3. What was the other one? And C2. C2, where's C2? Is there? Let's pop those 2 in then, using Dean's method. Let's get back to my screen. Yeah, you can see that. That's quite a good picture actually. Well, it looks okay from my point of view. When soldering capacitor, just bend one leg, turn the board and solder the straight leg, pushing the capacitor in place, heating up the straight leg. When soldering, bend one leg, turn the board, solder the straight leg. Well, if we do it like you said, Dean, we don't need to do that, do we? Or are we talking about the bigger electrolytics? Yeah, that one don't want to go through unless my soldering iron's not up to temperature. Oh, I think it just went then. Was that your phone?
No, I don't think so. I'll collect in the rubbish.
Yeah, that's a bit blobby. I don't like that very much. That one didn't go very well. Let's put a little bit of flux on that, see if I can get that to pull through. Better. I'm wondering whether it's because these are on the ground planes. Yeah, they've not soldered greatly. Where are we? Yeah, they haven't really soldered through those. Let's give those another go from this side of the board. There must be a lot of copper in this board. It's a bit of a pig's here. It's not the right tip really. It's sinking a lot of heat, that. Cool. I'm going to have to stick me high thermal mass tip in if it works. I broke this one off. I broke the end off of it. And I've actually used some JB Weld to hopefully so this is a bit of a monster tip now. This will do it. Tell you what. Yeah, that ground plane is pretty mental. I'll turn the iron up a bit. But it'll be in and out quick, isn't it, than dwelling on it for too long. Let's do this one as well. I got it. Where's my cutters? My cutters. Just tidy them up because they're a bit feisty, those. There we are. So look at the other side. Yeah, fine. Well, that I made a pig's ear of that, didn't I? Sun up or sun down, Ninja. Good call. 2.5mm caps. There's no relief on the ground side of the caps. Some weird track routing on the PCB. Hi Dorf, how are you? Nail clipper works as a leg cutter. Yeah, good call. Yeah, there is some sort of weird and wonderful tracks going on, but it's good of him to design the board and put it out there for everyone else to use, really, isn't it? Right, okay. That's that. How you doing, Dids, anyway? I think I did say afternoon to you. Okay, so probably want to pop that resistor in next. 100 ohm. Should have 100 ohm. It probably only needs to be half watt. It doesn't really say. Let's have a quick look. 100 ohm. A quarter watt. Yeah, I've got half watt there. I don't need half watt. I want quarter watt. What's going on here? Where's my 100k? No, not 100k, 100 ohm. 47, 150, 82, not in there. Let's try another box. I've got half watt ones, but they're a bit big for the hole, I think. There we go. I knew I had some quarter watt ones somewhere. No other resistors, is there, while I'm in here? Well, I've got my resistor box out. There's very few resistors actually in it. Just the one resistor. Bizarre, isn't it? Bizarre. Just the one. Let's put that one in. Got orange finger now because I just had a had an orange for me lunch. So I'm going to pop a little bit of flux on there anyway, just to help things along. I'm pretty sure these are leaded solder. I've got this whacking great tip on still, haven't I? Yeah, a bit overkill this tip. Nice. Okay, any other little bits? So I think the LED comes off on flying leads anyway, so we don't need to worry about that. We've got this diode here, which is a small component that ought to go on next, really. There's actually not that much on this board. That's our bridge in there. So next is the most sensible. So where's my other diode? Bridge. Don't tell me this is one of the things that I didn't get. Safety caps, that's for those. Bridge, LED. That. TVS diodes, is that the one? 1N5908. Yeah, 1N59. That's a pretty lumpy diode, that is. It's an ESD suppressor, apparently, a TVS, whatever that means. Television South. It says it's ESD sensitive, so back with the strap. I'll tell you what, the legs are pretty thick on that thing. That's going to take some heat in, that one. It's a monster. So it's a transil diode, whatever that means. 5 volts, 1500 WA watt amps, is that right? No. A transil diode. Dean said 100 ohm is a bit low for an LED current limiting resistor. That's definitely the one, Dean. Hi Bjorn, how are you? Just back from work? Working on a Sunday, Bjorn? Let's double check that that definitely is the right one. Yeah, it does say it's 100 ohm. Quarter watt. Right, let's get that one soldered in. Got everything everywhere again, eh? I've got capacitors hanging off me soldering iron lead. Let's just give that a little bit of... That's going to take some soldering, that one. It's going to sink a bit of heat, so we'll keep this tip on for this. Especially if we're soldering to the ground plane. Right, let's have a look at the other side of the board. It just needs a touch up on that one. That was the ground plane. This first one that I soldered. So let's put a bit of flux on that. Flow a bit more in. No, still haven't really gone through that great. That one's fine. Just cut that off. Won't need to sink so much heat then. Do it from this side. Done. Yeah, that's a lumpy diode, that one. There's a lumpy diode. Right, so we got this little capacitor here, C4, and that's a 47 microfarad at 50 volt. Which I think is on my list of ones to buy. 35 volts. 35. There's a 50 there. The 100-volt ones. There's almost I think that's in my shopping cart because I haven't got a lot of 47s. Just having a look on some of my other bits and pieces. Nope. Oh. 47s on 160 volts. No. Okay. So that says positive. I think the team was saying that just do one leg at a time. Got the wrong tip on, really. This is a bit too lumpy to get in here. Actually, I was going to say that is the ground there. Yeah, I might have to turn my other soldering iron on actually, because I don't like that. Don't like that tip. The bent tip's not great for doing boards like this. I prefer just a normal chisel tip. So heat the other iron up. It's that one. Right, what next then? We've got all these little tags to put in. They're probably the next smallest. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those to go in, as far as I'm aware. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, J. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. J. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, let's put those in next then. If I can solder these from the top, that'll save me messing about. Oh. Let's get my chat back up again. Hi, Arena Engineer. Blur in focus. Blur in focus? Blur in focus. Is that better? I must have knocked it. Unless you've been on the beer. Arena. You've got some Optivisor. Yeah, that's what I'm using, Andy. Very, very useful. So, there's our spade connectors. So again, I'm going to try soldering these from the top. I'm going to use the big iron because these are pretty hefty again. So just solder one leg to start with. Ah. Don't pick that up with your fingers, Graham. Easier for me to turn around that way and solder that one. Phew. Don't smell too special. Right, so So I need to straighten those up a little bit, but let's have a look at the back, make sure it's flowed through. Yeah, very nice. So let's just straighten those up a bit then now, because they're all a bit worse for wear. They've all had a night on the town, these. There, they're straight. So I'll solder the other legs and then I'll go and reflow the other ones. Ah, damn. That one moved again. Is he still square? He's still square. Oh, good. Oh. Yeah, maybe I should have soldered these before I soldered that diode in. They all look pretty straight though, to be fair. Let's flip it. That one's not flowed very well. Let's do that one. Because these will see a bit of stress, so right. I think I need a swig of beer after that. So we've got these two over here to do now. Hi Val dear, how are you? Afternoon generation. YouTube celebrity Harvey. Have all you YouTubers done your lovely tax form? I did my tax thing yesterday for YouTube. So if you're monetized, you need to do your UK tax thing. Otherwise, they won't pay you. And if they do decide to pay you, they'll tax you at 24%. So if you're a YouTuber, you need to get that done. So if you're a celebrity hobby, they'll be after the full whack from you, mate. Celebrity status, YouTube tax. So I think I'm going to do these from this side now. I've got one tinned. Yeah, this is, I'm building a power supply for the Commodore 64 generation. There we go. Let's let that cool down a second while I have another swig of beer. You're not filling it in. If you're monetized, you'll end up with 24% tax, mate. So what little you do earn will be hit even harder. I don't earn a lot, mate, either, but I'm sort of, I'm going to give them 24% of it, just for the sake of 15 minutes form filling. Right, next then, we've got probably the fuse holders are the next smallest. We've got C5. That's quite lumpy. Let's put the fuse holders in next then, if I can find them. Too many. You don't need to put any qualifications down at all, Harvey. You haven't even looked at the form, have you? Qualifications. Oh dear. Oh, this is yeah, a bit of a stretch. Yeah, they're a bit of a tight fit. Did you engineer the PCB for the Commodore by yourself? No, I didn't, Generation. I've put a link. Well, no, I haven't put a link. I did show the link to the PCB earlier, and I will put a link in the description. So it looks like they've drilled holes. They've allowed holes in the PCB for screwing these to the PCB. Seems a bit overkill. Let's get a leg of these done. Flipping out. Just checking to make sure that's flush to the board. No, it's not. I'm going to do this without burning myself. Right, it's the other ones I can do from underneath. We'll do those again because they'll pop back out. So there we go. That's those two done. One to do up here. type my email here. No. There you go. Val. My email. Thank you, Generation. Hi, Nick. How are you? Little Parade. Nice PSU board here, hopefully. It's looking the part, Nick. So it certainly looks like you can actually put the countersunk screw in there if you really want to do a belt and braces job on it. Just make sure that's flush. Get your fingers out of the way, Graham. Flip it. It doesn't look a great joint, that. Just float again. Better. Okay. This as a brick. You mostly answered no or not applicable to everything, which ironically is the truth. Yeah, pretty much did the same. I think we're in a tax treaty, I believe, so we shouldn't have to pay tax, I don't think. I get taxed over here, so I don't want to take it twice, really. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. So let's T5 in next, which I'm assuming is that big one. Let's get rid of my email now, because I'm sure you've got that, Valdir, haven't you? What magnification are those? These optivisors here, if you're on about those, they're number 5, if that means anything to you. Number 5. So it doesn't actually give you the magnification. You've got to go onto Optivisor's website to get the magnification. C5, there's got to be these 0.33. I've put it down as tax treaty. I'll tell you the place to have a look, Harvey, is to go on to EEV blog. He did a video on it. I basically just followed his video. I clicked on the drop down box and the UK are in there, so I've just clicked on United Kingdom and it comes up with, I think it's 0% or 30%. As I say, I pay tax on YouTube over here, so right, I think that's the one. Yeah, have a look at EEV blog's latest video, Harvey. It goes through it. It was quite useful, in fact very useful, I wasn't looking forward to doing it at all, but with the help of him, then that worked out very well. So good old Dave from EV blog saves the day. Okay, so we've got, let's see if we can do the old solder one leg up first, bend the other one straight. I don't like bending legs really, it doesn't look very nice on the back of the board, does it? Maybe not quite flush. We're getting there. Not much more to do now, so we've got this IC1, C1 and the bridge to do, I think. That's all we've got left. Oh, and our LED. Now, cartridge fuses. So a weirder one. I do not know why that is in that really crazy package. Now, where's that? Where's our little expensive IC? Yeah, this is the thing that cost a fortune. It's a Traco TSR 2450. Let's just try. Huh. So this is that Traco thing. That it's a DC to DC converter. .5. Let's have a look at the PDF on it. Are you with me? Yeah, okay. So yeah, I can't remember the price on this, but it was about, am I thinking £8, something like that? I don't know. It's seemed rather expensive. So it's a non-isolated DC to DC converter. So I assume this is in place of like a voltage regulator. So no heatsink required, look, 96% efficient. So I think it's a fancy linear regulator. says pin compatible with LM series linear regulators, built-in filter caps, short circuit protection. So it's quite fancy. It's a fancy linear regulator, isn't it? So it says that it's a drop-in replacement for inefficient LM linear regulators. And this is a TSR 2450. Make sure that is the right one. 2450. TSR 2450. So 2450, 6.3 to 36 volts input. Oh, I see. 6.5 to 36 volts input, 5 volt DC output. So I don't know what the efficiency of a normal LM 7805 would be, but yeah, not a cheap part. I'll let's see if I can find what the cost was. Let's just go into one of the other. Let's go into RS. I don't know if RS did this one. A TSR 2-2450. Oh Christ, yeah. So this was, I suppose I could have just used a regulator in there, couldn't I? But here it is in RS, look, £9.90 plus the VAT each. So tenner plus VAT for a voltage regulator. That better be a blimmin' good voltage regulator. I mean, I had to go with it really because it is what's on the schematics. So you know, yeah, nice but expensive. It should be great. It should be, shouldn't it? Hey, Michael, how are you? No heat and no heat sink. It's good, isn't it? It's a good bit of kit. So it's a switching regulator rather than a traditional linear. Only advantage is it's more efficient. Harvey, how are you? It's a switching mini supply. Hopefully the switching noise does not get into the supply. Let's hope not, Harvey. And welcome, mate. So I think it's that way round. It's a bit, I think there's a little bit of a mistake on the print there because it's a bit off center from the screen print. Where are we? But that little dot must show pin 1. So there's a little dot on the screen print there. Look, can you see that? Yeah, it's a little dot on the screen print just there. Just there. There's a little dot on that one. So yeah, you don't need a heatsink for it. So quite a fancy little device. How the hell they build it that small? Let me just 100% double check on that blog. Roman's blog. If we get this Roman. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about that, which way round it goes or anything, but I've got to assume that that's how it was meant to be. Let's get my chat back up. Hi Mac Vision, how are you? £10 is cheaper than the parts and hassle of standard linear solution. Really, Ninja? How are you doing, Mac Vision? So 78 would be a lot cheaper, but it would get hot. I suppose that's the key, because it's going to be totally enclosed, Nick. There's really not anything in here that's going to heat up, really, is there? Because normally it would be the regulator or power transistors that would get hot, but we haven't really got that in here. So let's get our little traco in. Going to use the good old Durato iron for that. So what I think I'll do is I'll just put a little blob of do I want to put flux on that? Probably don't want to put flux on that, actually, do I? It is potted though, isn't it, saying that? So I'm going to put a little bit of flux on there. So let's do it on that one. So I'm just going to pick up a little bit of solder on the tip of the soldering iron. And that's the wrong terminal. Let's try it with the right one. Come on, take. Thank you. I'll put these on again. I'll tell you what, I tend to get to rely on these, these glasses. Well, doesn't seem to want to take to that at all. What? You can tell I'm not used to using that iron. Let's get rid of that one straight away. Let's get this one back. Come back, pace, all is forgiven. Right, let's put a bit more flux on those. Don't overheat that, really, do we? There we are. Traco power is in. So now we've got the filter cap. I did have a random cap knocking about here somewhere. The one. Yeah, good call. You're back from dinner. Sheridan, are you? Can you give a quick recap of what you're working on? I'm working on a power supply, yeah, for a Commodore 64. So let's pop the big cap in. tell you what, this has got some heatsink on it. A lot of these modern boards have. This isn't like working on one of our old radios, where you only got to touch the board and it's all the traces lift off. This has got some serious ground plane on this board. Let's try to get rid of my excess solder now, because I don't like it blobby like that. Just cut those off. Looking good. You have a BF60CJ6 rectifier. A BF60CJ6, never heard of that. Yeah, Google that. Yeah, as I say, this you're quite right. You don't want a switching power supply for an old radio, but for a PSU in a Commodore 64, just the job. Okay, we're getting there. We've got a bridge rectifier to stick in over here, and then it's the transformer. This is a serious bridge rectifier. I have got some more like this, but that's pretty hefty, isn't it? That's a pretty lumpy bridge, that is. Look at the thickness of the legs on the thing. Let's hope these drilled the holes out right, because that's always fun and games. So it's that way round. That's a plus according to the circuit layout. Absolutely spot on. Look at that. Like it grew there. Okay. Right, so I'm going to just tack one in. Let's tack one of these middle ones in. Make sure we're straight. Let's do the others. We're in there. We're in. It's a big one, isn't it? You're at a loss. It's one of those things. I mean, a lot of stuff is the same, but manufacturers got their own brand names for it. That is a serious bridge rectifier. Whew. Just going to go over that once more because I say it does usually take a bit of stick. Oh, okay, that one's soldered really. I bet that's a negative there. Better, okay. Right. Now we've got to solder the transformer in. Again, it'll only go one way. Forms. I suppose any of the forms really, I suppose someone somewhere might know. Right, so I'm not going to be able to solder that in with it in here. So I'm going to need to take this out of the clamp, saying that we're pretty much done. Some seriously thick legs there. They'll come in useful for stuff, they will. Don't want to be losing those. So probably worth come on. It's a little bit of a trick to get all 6 legs all in. These want to be very slightly bent and the others won't fit. Come on. There's one that's slightly out. There we go. So it looks like we've got to use some M3 nuts and bolts on this. So look what I've got. I've got some nylock. I think these are M3. Yeah, vintage radio form might UK VRR. I'm sure somebody on there might know it. Right, let's have a quick look, and yeah, we worth building one, Bjorn. I will go over the blog again in a minute. Paddy, how you doing, mate? Right, what am I trying to do here? I need to just, I was going to quickly just look to see which way he screwed his transformer on. Is he not going to show us a picture of his transformer screwed in? I think he's used the I can't really see which way round he's actually put his. I don't suppose it really matters, does it? Would it be better to put the screws that way so it doesn't foul the box? It's a fair standoff, mind you. So look how far that protrudes through. I've got some nylock nuts which I'm going to use, so I don't need to put a shake-proof washer in there as such. Yeah, that would work. So maybe, see if these are M3. Yeah, they are. So I'm just going to use a nylock washer. Nylock washer? A nylock nut, even. So let's pop the nut up through underneath. We'll give that a tweak up in a minute. Let's just do another one. I'm just loading it into the end of my nut driver here. These aren't connected to anything, they're just for stability, I suppose. So let's go on to the main camera now. Ah, don't you fall over and hundreds of little nuts go flying everywhere. You think this ought to have some ventilation, Harvey? So I'm just giving this a tweak up. Don't want to go too mad because it's only plastic end of the day. It's looking good, looking very good. He's done a nice job of that. Very nice job. Right, let's get the transformer soldered up. Let's turn that one off. I don't need that one now. We're nearly there. That I think's a primer, isn't it? Yeah. So I wonder if I have to cut those off. I'm just trying to see if the standoffs in here are greater than the length of these legs. If they are, then I'm not going to bother cutting them off. Let's just find my... Oh, Christ. Some heat sink coming to see me. Let's get the calipers out. Oh, something else, Harvey, was it? Does help if you turn it on. $5.24mm. Yeah, about the same, maybe slightly less. $5mm. So there is clearance. I don't need to chop those off there. That's good. So that's sitting there very nicely. Right, let's do a bit of defluxing. Got to think about this crazy LED. Why is this LED? That's obviously for another project there. Why is this LED? Let's put that in with that. So finicky, I wonder. Let's get some stuff packed away. Let me have a bit of a tidy up here. Little, yeah, they're good, Bjorn. They are little specials. Nothing wrong with those. So I knew they come up from time to time, and I got the mechanical ones, but these digital ones are very good. Powerfix Profi. It's little, I think it is little, isn't it? Little or Aldi, I think it's littles. But they are very useful. I use them a hell of a lot, actually. So I just want to get rid of the flux on it, on the board. Still got to decide what to do with this this LED. We'll see. I don't need it quite yet because I'm not going to mount it in the box. What I'm going to do is put it under the load and have a look, see what it does. So a bit of a wipe around on the top. Get rid of any excess flux. There we go. Right, where's our super crazy mental LED gone? Let's do not pass go, do not open. This is it. Blue water clear standard LED through hole. Madness. I don't really know why we've got 3 terminals here. The pluses are just linked by the looks of it for some reason. Let's double check that. Yeah. So I've got to try and remember which way around is plus. I think the longest leg is the plus, isn't it, on an LED. So at the moment I'm just going to solder it onto the board there. But I will put it on a flying lead at some stage. Actually, shall I put it on a flying lead now? That's probably a 3-pin header there, I suspect, that they're using. Knife, Graham, where's your knife? Damn, there goes me doozle. This is level 2, moisture sensitive. I don't know if you've seen these little indicator pads before. Basically, it's bake parts if 60% is not blue. Well, it is blue, look. This is anti-static as well. It's only an LED, for God's sake. What? Why? It's only an LED. So I believe the longer leg is the positive. Am I right? I believe so. I think what I'll do is I'll just tack it in there for a minute. Just as an indicator. Where's my goggles gone again? God, I can't see sod all these days. So there's our little LED. Level 2. understand that. Oh well. Let's get a power lead to just hook it up temporarily with. Sure, get one of these. No. Is it 2-pole? Yeah, just a twin and a half. Have I got one of those ready-made up ones, or have I used them all now? Yeah, I think I've exhausted my stock of leads. So I'm going to have to make one up for the time being. So there's no earth on this. So let's do some... Oh, I hate crimping. I hate crimping. Let's get the old crimpers out. Now it's geared up for insulated ones. I don't think I've got any insulated terminals, so it's not going to have any insulated ones. Is it blue? Yeah. I'm sure it won't matter that they're not insulated. It shouldn't be close enough to jump across. Neutral. Live. Yeah, I thought I did have some insulated ones, but I haven't. I've got these yellow insulated ones, but they're massive. They're okay, these little kits of connectors, but you never 100% got them all, have you? So I'm only going to be checking the output with a multimeter at this stage. So I don't need terminals for that. Crimping is easy done, thousands. Yeah, I have as well, Benji, but I don't like crimping. Or at least I don't like crimping with the plastic ones. I don't mind the metal ones, but well, they're metal inside. Right. So I think what we'll do with this is probably stick it on the dim bulb to start with, just to be 100% safe. You never know. Just put sheet sync on. Done thousands. Good old Benji. Still haven't tried their mic elements yet, Benji. Right. Maybe it's just these pliers are rubbish, I don't know, but I don't get on very well with them. Let's put that in there. See, it's not just not good enough. Whether I've got too big a terminal for the wire, I don't know, but these are rubbish, these pliers here. Whether they need adjusting, possibly need adjusting, but they don't seem to crimp strong enough, Benji. This is the problem, so I'm going to have to run some solder down there. I don't trust it. That was a little bit better. It's probably me. I'm doing it wrong, I suspect, Benji. So I'm going to run some solder down it. It's just cheap crimping tools, I think, Benji. Buy some decent crimpers. I'm sure it would be no problem. Red ones. Don't twist the wires. All these things are too late. I'm going to solder them. Belt and braces. If in doubt, chuck some solder down them. They ain't going nowhere then, are they? If in doubt, solder it. Now we're connected. Right, let's get some space here. Let's get cleaned up because we need to test this now. I don't want loads of stuff floating about on the bench. When we've got random mains voltage knocking about everywhere. I've got to stick all the fuses in it yet because it ain't going to work without the fuses in it. I'm not going to bring it up on the Variac because I believe switch mode power supplies don't like that. Am I right in saying that? Switch mode power supplies, you just on or off. They start doing all sorts of weird and wonderful things if you don't give them enough voltage. They start spluttering and making weird and wonderful scary noises. Well, that's in my experience, but again, I may have been doing something wrong. Right, let's find my cliff tester. So this enables me to connect up without a plug. There we go. So I'm not plugged in yet, so no worries. Let's get our positive and negative in, live and neutral. That's a real sturdy connection, that. Right, fuses then. So, what's F3? The wires are too small and they pull straight off with solder, really? Oh, they don't mind variants, they just work when there's enough voltage. I don't know, I had one that was from a cordless drill and that made some very weird noises when I was powering it up. So much so that I turned it off pretty sharpish and gave it up as a bad job. Right, Operation Tidy Up the Bench. So while I'm tidying up, let's just give you a quick recap of the power supply I'm building for those that have only just joined. Get rid of me. Let's go screen cap. Okay. Why I'm not the right size? Press F11. I want to be 100%. I'm zoomed in a bit close, really. There we go. So this is Roman. I think he's Polish. View his profile. We'll have a look at Roman's profile. It looks like he's an architect from Poland. There we go. So he's designed this power supply. From this board for the Commodore 64 computer. And if you go to this link on PCBWay, this is where you can actually buy the boards from. Strangely, he's not got D1 in there. I don't know why that is. Perhaps it's part way through the build. So yeah, that's where this has come from. So I will put these two links in the comments section when I'm finished today, and you'll be able to buy yourself some boards, and away you go. So let me just get the fuse types right. So F3 is a 160 milliamp fuse. That seems small, doesn't it, for the input? I mean, you know, 2 amp. Is this just a supplementary fuse that he's put in? There's my other orange bag with my fuses in. Down here. .16, 160 milliamps time lag. Hopefully I haven't just bought one of these. I've blimmin' have as well, look. Oh no! Why didn't I buy 10 of those? They must have been ridiculously priced or something. Oh well. Fingers crossed that that'll all be good. Why did I just buy one? Perhaps I've already got some. I don't know. That's bad news, isn't it? Because if I've done something wrong and a fuse pops, then that's game over. See, these ones, I've ordered 10 of these. Shirter. Can be said wrong, couldn't it? So these are the 2 amp. Okay, let's have a look here then, make sure I've got this correct. Because it wouldn't be the first time I put something in backwards, will it? Oh dear. Again, another useful thing I suppose with a screen print would be to put a positive outside of the footprint of the capacitor. So as once it's actually in situ, you can still see whether it's in the right or the wrong way. So I think what I'll do is I'll stick that in the base like that, so as I'm not likely to touch anything in underneath. I could put it, I suppose, in here, but and make it difficult to get to the terminals then. So I'll stick it like that with the main side facing down. Still haven't tidied up yet. Okay, let's see where you are. Let's catch up on the chat before I quickly have a comfort break. Seems overkill. It might be overkill, but we like overkill, don't we? It's better to be over than under. Darkly devious, fuses off for wimps, a 6-inch nail, much more reliable. Oh dear, just in time to see the magic smoke. Sounds like George, doesn't it? Darkly devious. Right. Just in time. Hopefully there's no magic smoke, there's no flash bang, and thank you very much, sir. So we're not going to put any load on it for now. So 9 volts AC there, right, so we want 2 meters. Let's get the old get a couple meters out. We need to clamp on here. Let's find some decent leads. No, not those. I want that one and that one. I need to sort my bench out. It's a hell of a mess on here. You can't see it all on the camera, but it's a bit of a mess. It's a lot of a mess, actually. Everything's tangled up here. So normally I do all this on a Sunday before I go live, but doing the shower today has put me behind again. But you know. Right, some decent leads. I've just got to find the other end to that, which was here somewhere, because I can remember seeing it. It was right here. You want to cut the legs off underneath. You want to cut them off, do you? I know. I'm just being overcautious, I think, Aston, because if I cut the legs off, I maybe can't use it for anything else. Still can't find my other crocodile clip from my multimeter. Oh, there it is. I knew it was here somewhere. Because these Precision Gold, aka Maplin multimeters, are okay, but the probes are absolute junk. Not very good. Right, so I'm going to use this for the AC volts. It doesn't really matter which way around that goes, does it? That can be my AC volts. So it must be DC, so that's going to be 9 volts, hopefully. Hopefully it'll be 9 volts. And the other meter to measure the DC. Let's get some clips for that. Can they fit in there? Yeah, that one will. It's exciting, isn't it? Just for me. Maybe not for you chaps, but yeah, will that fit on there? Right, bit of a tree going on behind, but oh hello, stream's flickering a little bit. Yeah, a bit of a tree situation going on here. So I'll see if I can get it on the overhead camera so you can see the smoke come out as well. Don't say that, we're not going to have any smoke. Who said about smoke? Okay. Right. Let's get the lamp limiter on it just in case. Not going to draw a lot of current with it being static, I suppose, is it? What have we got there? 60-watt bulb, that'll do, won't it? Oh, I never know which bulb to use with these. Okay, here goes then. Hey Bob, you're that excited. Measure the oscilloscope to see what ripple you have too. We can look at that in a bit. But, how you doing, Bob, anyway? Fingers crossed, people. Let me get my glass out the way. So that's on DC, that's on AC. Here goes then. Oh, we got a pretty light as well. Look at that. That is cool. That LED that I bought is pretty bright. It's not as bright as the one he wanted to put in there, but Yeah, cool. You're going to know that song, aren't you? Humming Smoke on the Water. It will work fine, Theo. All the flammable stuff. There you are. Just bypass the lamp. No fire. Absolutely brilliant. Look at that. That is pretty close to 5 volts, isn't it? That is very close to 5 volts. If it'll focus on the meters. There we go. And I've got to knock the probe off now. Wow, it's working. It works. Close enough, isn't it? I mean, it was the other one, I think, was 5.2 volts, wasn't it? The original power supply. There we go. Yes. God, that LED is hellish bright. It's blinding me. Okay. Let's take all of this palaver off of it then a minute. Let's get these meters out of the way. Saying that, we wanted to just have a look to see if there was any ripple. There should be, hopefully, there should be minimal ripple. We'll have a look at it on the multimeter first, shall we? Close enough for government work. You came for fire, but it seems you came for fire. Cheers, Michael. You came for fire. So let's pop that on AC, connect it to the DC supply. And let's see if it's measuring anything on the multimeter. .006 volts AC. That is a very nice power supply. I'm very pleased with that. God, I'll tell you what, that I can, if I blink now, I can see that blue light. Yeah, if I blink now, I can just see that blue light. Let's give you a blue LED close-up. It'll probably blow the camera out, but that is hellish bright. So no, I'm impressed with that. That's a very nicely designed power supply. We'll have a look at it on the scope as well. Just plug that. Nothing's getting warm at all. It's not likely to. I've got no load on it. We can stick a load on it in a minute, but let's far the scope up and get a probe shoved in it. All my leads are all falling down here. It's a bit of a mess. I really need to spend a bit of time cleaning this bench. I'm just trying to... I'm on a bit of a push at the moment to get some Darren's airband radios done, so everything else is sort of taking a side seat to that. Okay, let's go channel 2, turn channel 1 off. AC coupling. Let's go 10 times probe. I mean, there's a little bit of noise on it. I'm just trying to see if I can get it. Not a lot, mind you. I don't even know if it's measurable. 2 millivolts. Let me just get that camera on the scope. Something I've messed with the controls and got that as high a resolution as I can. I mean, it's pretty flat unless I go massive with the amplitude on it. Try auto set, see if that'll pull in a better run. There's a fraction, that's nothing though, is it? It's as I say, it's just around 2 millivolts peak to peak. Like generation. Use the mains ground for grounding. What can I use for protection in case of a power surge? Does breakers can help not be electrocuted? The LED's burning the phosphor off your CRT monitor. So that's nothing, is it? As far as some ripple goes. I mean, even with it turned off, there's noise in here anyway. That's from something else. It's probably the internal power supply of this thing. And that's noisier with nothing connected. Look, turn it back on again. So I'm getting interference from something in here, but yeah, that's pretty good. Happy with that. Let's get that back down to the bench. Well, that was a success, wasn't it? I'm very happy with that. If you use your mains ground for your grounding yourself, what can I use for protection? in case of a power surge. I won't have ripple without a load. Okay. Good call. Yeah, you are right. As I say, I'm new to this sort of stuff, Harvey. But cheers for pointing that out. So can we chuck a load on it? Where's my DC load gone? Okay. I've got to remember what voltage this is now. I think it's 12 volts in this, isn't it? It's a while since I've used the old DC load, but we should be able to hook that up and check out the leads are a bit long, really. I think this is 12 volt, but I can't remember. I'm going to have to look it back up again. I think my DC load is 12 volts. I'm not sure which is positive, center pin or... That's a rubbish lead, that is. Try and find my normal lead. Maybe that is my normal lead, it's just not a very good connection into the power supply there. What's the current rating of the PSU? Well, it's 18 volt amp. It's 18 volt amp. I ought to write on this what it is, whether it's center pin positive or negative. So that's that one. That is that center pin positive then. I think let's just try that. 82k. I think. I really don't know. Right, let's just power this up and connect it in a minute. I mean, I use the ground on the earthing strap, if that's what you're on about, generation. And there's a special adapter you can get to connect into the mains. I don't really want to comment on it because I don't know, and I'm not going to tell you something wrong. Okay, let's plug that in there. Okay. Yeah, it's 12 volt and I've got it the right way around. Right, so that's correct. Right. So I'm going to test this with the load. I don't really want to go mental with it because it's easily going to achieve this, I'm sure, which is 1.7 amps is the original one. Let's get you down on that. So this is the original supply. So we look at 5 volts DC at 1.7 amps. Let's say the 9 volt is rated at 1 amp, but this is a DC load I'm testing it with. So 1.7 amps we need to fire up on it. My leads are a bit big really, but I'm just trying to think if I've got a way to clip it on here. Could sort of just poke it through the hole, couldn't I? That'd probably be enough. Just have to be careful I don't short anything. That should be good enough to make contact. Okay. Right, let's just get you in shot. There's our DC load connected up. At the moment it's backed right off. Power on there. Power on there. So we've got our 5 volts, so we want to wind it up to 1.7 amps and just see if it drops off at all. I mean, it's absolutely dead stable, isn't it? Apologies for the so it's measuring 5.1 volts. I mean, I'm sure we can push it a bit harder. 2 amps. It's not budging, is it? Okay. It just started dropping off there, like about 2.4 amps. I'm not going to push it further because we'll end up popping my fuses, but that's fine. Actually, just back that off a bit because my power supply's going off on current limit. It's better. No problem. Yeah, so just over 2 amps. It's dropping very slightly by 0.1, but really, that's fine. Make slow movements and creep up on devices. You loony, Michael. Oh, brilliant. Dear, dear. So work naked is what you're saying, and creep up on stuff, and you'll be fine. Brilliant. Nylons and some plastics. Yeah, so don't wear your nylon stockings while you're working. Doing as written on the box. Yes, yeah, it is. It is, Theo. Yeah, no problem at all with that. That's absolutely working fine. No problem. So there we are. Success. It's good to have a little DC load to be able to test it. So it works easily up to 2 point. I think was it 2.4. It started dropping off. But as I say, I don't want to pop the fuses in it really. So. Just remember to put your clothes back on before doing any soldering. Yeah, I wouldn't want any solder splatter on my bits, that's for sure, Doug. Okay. I need another beer after that hilarity. It's brilliant. Right, let's turn the power supply off because I don't want power leads floating around on the bench. We can get rid of the dim bulb tester because that's all good. The lamp limiter. So I'm happy that with that power supply is working great, very usable. All good. So I actually finished that mega quick, didn't I, really? What else have we got to do to this to make it usable? Well, we've got to wire up. Obviously, we need a four-way. We need a four-way cable, and one of these 7-pin DIN plugs. I think from memory these were quite tricky to find in the right configuration, and Mauser was one of the... Is it Mauser or Mauser? I don't know if it's Mauser or Mauser. Mauser sounds, doesn't it? But I don't think they're a German company. I've always thought Mauser were a US company. You've done belt braces on this. They've taped over the ziplock bit. Swines. What did it cost to build? That's a good question, Theo, and I can't answer it at the moment. So yeah, we're going to need a four-way cable to go in there, and we're going to need a figure of 8 to go in the back. We've got plenty of figure of 8 sockets. So really what we want is a figure of 8 cable in the back there. Probably something like that. Where are we? In that side. And then we want one of those what should we call it? A grommet in there. But I've got no 4-core cable. Do I need shielded cable? Should that be shielded, do you think? My stream is struggling a little bit. Hi Derek, how are you? Welcome Derek. Is the LED supposed to shine through the case? No, it needs to be on a flying lead. It's going to be on a flying lead. Who was it asked that? Dwarf. It's on a flying lead, and I've got these little clips here to clamp it through the actual case itself. So that'll be drilled in the top panel, I believe. Well, that's how the chap that's designed it has done it. So yeah. God, this is on a real go slow today. Hopefully you're getting the stream okay. So yeah, you can see that the chap that's designed this has got it wired in on the top panel, just on flying leads, and he's got some sort of grommet coming in for the 4-core. Doesn't look like he's used anything shielded, does it? I don't think his cable's shielded, it's just a 4-core. I don't think I've got any 4-core here. I've got plenty of 3-core. I haven't got any 4-core. No. Years ago I used to have a van full of the stuff. But these days, not. So yeah, I've got to cut out some sort of hole for this to go in. Then I can permanently wire that. I suppose I ought to get some insulated terminals, but yes, so I will have to pick up some 4-core cable from somewhere, won't I? Or I can pinch. I suppose I could cut an old computer lead apart. I've got plenty of serial cables up in the loft I could use. It's not like it's passing any mains voltage, is it? Yeah. Yes, only need 4 connections. I suppose I ought to get some insulated crimp cables. I must be crimping it wrong or using the wrong connectors or something. I'm doing something wrong. Slip a tube over the LED and take it up to the case. It's bright enough for that. It probably is, Bob, you're right. It really is mentally bright. Really bright. Why you wanted such a bright one, I don't know. yeah, all in all, I'm really impressed with that. He's done a good job on that. Let's get rid of me a second. So this was the boards. So say I bought 5 of them. So let's price it up a minute, shall we? Let's price it up. Let me get into my PCBWay. Shielded cable would not be a bad idea. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. So let me price this up a minute. So I should better find out what I paid for the boards. The thing is, I ordered a load of stuff all at the same time, so I can't really add in the postage. Sign in. I thought I had signed in. Orders are surging recently. Delivery dates may be delayed 1 to 3 days. Completed. Okay. So this is going to be fun because I'm going to have to convert it from US dollars by the looks of it. Is that pinging away there? So the boards were $26 for 5. So I'm going to have to do some maths. So you're going to make me do some maths, aren't you? But I think you're right, though, Theo. It would be a useful comparison to what it costs to buy a ready-made one. As I say, the postage is normally. I had loads of stuff made all at the same time. Yeah, I had 4 different boards made up, 5 of each. So 20 boards made up of different things. But as I say, this was the dearest one. All the rest were $5 for 5. This was $26 for 5. So I'm going to have to do maths now. 26 divided by 5 equals £5.20 or $5.20. So it's $5.20. If I convert that to UK pounds, if I can find my app that does it. Where's me money app? Where's me money app? Yeah, I've got a nice little app here somewhere that does it. But I can never find the blimmin' thing. I think it's X something, isn't it? Was it C? Talk amongst yourselves while I sort out what I'm doing here. I'm trying to find my conversion program here. I'm sure it was called X something. I wonder if it's one of these things that it doesn't like. XC, there he is, XC. Got there in the end. I expect you've already done the conversion now, all of you, but there you go. So, US dollars, 5.2 is £3.73. And that's including VAT. So £3.73 per board. That's not bad, is it really? I think that's right. Yeah. So next I need to log into my Mouser account. Log in. Oh, it hasn't remembered me, has it? Oh. I wonder if it's on my old email address. Let's try that. No, I can't log in on my Mouser account. Okay, so I'm gonna have to just go in on the part numbers. That's if you are interested in this. So the first one then we'll go with the 4-pin plug, 490 dash SD dash MT. Why has it got 6? I only want 1. £1.72. That's plus VAT. Seven-pin DIN. That's that done. What else have we got? We got the filter cap. This is all your fault, Theo. 647 dash U VZ 1H 222 MHD. £1.43. I must get some more of those fuses, really. Manufacturer's part numbers are much smaller. So that was... Is that a pack of 10? I don't know if that's each or a pack of 10 of those. Okay, I think it's 10. Yeah, £3.35, so it's 0.335 times 2. So it's going to be 0.72, isn't it? So 72 pence. 72 pence for 2 times 2 amp fuses. X VAT. GDS flash deck terminals. Apologies if this is boring you stupid, but let's get to the bottom of it. Ninja, buy some fuses on you. Thank you very much. Hi Ganesh, how are you? Welcome. I don't even know if I'm still in camera shot. Yes, I am. Buy your trimmers. Your C16 had a small war wart. Is the C16 that power hungry? It was 1.7 amps it's rated at, the power supply, and 1 amps on the AC. It's an 18 volt amp transformer, Dwarf, so I don't know. It's because he's the big brother and he's masculine. Okay, so it's a pain that I can't log in. For some reason it's not remembering me on here. It's because I've logged in on my iPad. So let's do these. (726.386-2). This is these little tag connectors. There. How many did I get there? 10. They're 9.8 pence each. I know it's picky, but let's find out what it costs, because end of the day, if it's ridiculous, then it ain't worth you building one. But I think it is cheaper. Although you've got to buy some things in multiples, you can't just buy the individual bits. So we need 6 of those. 0.50, we'll go round up to 59 pence. It's not looking expensive at the moment. The transformer isn't going to be cheap, but that was RS, a transformer, so I'm going to carry on with Mauser, working through my bits. So that's them done. I mean, let's put it all in. So little LED clips. They were 35 pence each. What's that? This is our crazy. You notice that the colours are starting to change, look, since this card's been out. I mean, it really is. I've had that before on something. I can't remember what it was now. So let's find out what this. I don't know why you specifically chose that LED. EOL-3. 3H SBY 4. £52. I mean, by the time they put an anti-static bag, put this little card in, I mean, that's, that's one of the reasons, I suppose, why it's expensive. But wait, it's not expensive, is it? What else have we got here then? We've got the 160 milliamp fuse. It's quite good when you get stuff from the same company. MXP. It's easier to track down the costs on it, isn't it? They are £1.7 each, they are. That's why I didn't order loads of them, look, because they're £1 each. Why are 160 milliamp time lag fuses so expensive? Why? Oh God, these are massive great number on this now, look. 32922C, 22C, P32922C, 3334, 3334, M289. Oh, hey, really? That can't be right. £7.42 each. That's never right. I didn't pay that, did I? £7.42. No. If they were £7.42 each, there's no way I would have bought all of these. That doesn't seem right, does it? There's a safety fuse, I think. Not a safety fuse, a safety capacitor. Yeah, that seems a lot, doesn't it? I'm going to need another beer after looking at that price. I don't think that's right. It may be, but I don't think it is. I'm going to open up a Champion after that. £7.42 each, look. Safety capacitors, X2 rated. Never. That can't be right. Just search Google for that. Amazon? What? What? Is that right? Is that price right? Am I cracking up here, or is that the correct price for that? £7.42 each. Why would I have ordered so many? It's probably because I got 5 boards and I was going to build them to try and recoup my costs, maybe. Does seem a lot, doesn't it, for a capacitor? Well, if that's what it is, that's what it is. Does seem a lot though. Let's get the chat back up. I did thank Mr. Ninja to buy some fuses on me. I did thank him, Theo. Very much appreciated. Yes, I am, Dwarf. I'm trying to work it out. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's TDK. Evening, Rich. How are you? How much is the Chinesian version? Was it a late night purchase? It was part of the guy's bill of materials. If we look at is BOM. Let's go back up to the list. Let's go back to my screen. It's a C5 suppression capacitor. If we click on his link and open it in a new tab. See, that's is that the same part number or is that a different one? Yeah, it's the same part. Exactly the same part, but it's 138 in what other? I mean, that's a hell of a difference. There's got to be some. I'm sure I didn't pay that much for it. I need to look at my bill from Mauser, but yeah. I don't know what currency that's in. PLN. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, suppression capacitor. Pass. Let's carry on. That's a shocker. I'm sure I didn't pay that for it. Come on, Greg, you would have paid that for it. Now, have I just mixed all this up now, or am I on track? Okay, that's the other bags. What else have I used? That was the caps. We've done the fuses, diodes. Where's my bags that had the diodes in them? So this is the ESD diodes. I'm sure I could have used an alternative capacitor to that one. Now they were 32.8 pence each, and there was two, so P6KE diode. $33, so say 66 pence for those two diodes. That massive great diode, let's have a look at what that was. 1N5 5908. And 5908. 92 pence. Let's go over the top end, so 0.92 x ink. So 1 in 5908. There's a couple capacitors. These are pennies. These are expensive, I'm sure. Okay, but I don't know. 4K, 104K, 53H5. What are we looking for? 15. 7. 53 each. This is massive, great part numbers. It's ridiculous, isn't it? So they're 1 UF caps times 2. 16 pence. What else have we used then? Bridge rectifier. Where's the bag for the bridge rectifier then? What happened to the bridge rectifier bag? Let's find that one. I don't know what's happened to the bag for that. I must have thrown it away already, which is a bit premature of me. I only had the one. So it's a KBU4G. So again, what tends to happen is when you're looking for a bill of materials, you'll usually find one of the suppliers has got pretty much everything. And very often that is Mauser or Mouser. There he is. It's that one there, £2, 2 pence. So that's those diodes, that's the fuses, fuse holders. Fuse holders. And we've got a Traco thing as well, haven't we? Let's do that Traco thing next, because I think it was a bit better price from Mauser. So that's a TSR 2-2450. £8. £8. It's going to be the most expensive power supply on the planet, isn't it? Done that diode. We did our LED, didn't we? Yeah. Fuse holder, is that the one? 3 shirter. $31.8201. Okay, didn't like that. So let's put in there a massive number, 693. I'm nearly there, people. 031 31 dash 201. £61p. £1.83. So that's that. Right, so the only thing we need left is the not the PCB, the transformer and the cabinet. So let's find the price of the transformer. So it's £1.90 cheaper than RS for that. That Traco thing. -2-9. £11.17. We're getting there. Getting there slowly, slowly. So the only thing left is the box from CPC. And this was a bargain price compared to everywhere else that I checked. That's this one here. So it looks like that's the number from CPC. So let's have a look at that. 2544916. CPC's taking its time. I'm going to have another sip of beer while it's doing that. Cheers all. CPC is really going slow. Still waiting. Still waiting. CPC have them at 98 pence. Okay, 462 for the enclosure. They've got them back in stock, but they've only got 3 left. And the only other thing is the 47 microfarad cap. 47 at 50 volts. So say 47 new 50 volt, 650 volt. I'm just grabbing a, oh, someone's walked over my grave then. I'm just picking a random one out here. Oh, CPC, you were going so slow. Right. No, that's crazy. Right, let me just get back to my screen here. Just going to nip to the loo for a quick comfort break. I'll be back. Right, on my way back. On my way back. Did you price it in the DIN plug? Yes, Doug, I did. So let's go what? Let's say 11 pence for the cap. So 47 UF 50 volt. And we've got the resistor. What's the resistor? 5 pence. And that was 100 ohm. And I mean, as far as wires and spade connectors, I'm going to leave that for a minute. Right, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm going to add up me bits now. Part number for the cap on CPC. All right, okay. How much was it, Benji? Let's have a look. The only I searched for 47 microfarad at 50 volt, and the only one that it could find in CPC was a surface mount electrolytic by Panasonic for 26 pence. I mean, this one I fitted is actually I think it's a Samwa. I'm not sure. This might be one that Doug sent me actually, because Doug sent me a selection of caps, and it may well be one of those. But yeah, CPC is still waiting. That still waiting on CPC. Oh, I see. Safety cap. Oh, right, okay. I wonder how they differ. Vichy's a good brand. I really don't know, Benji. 98 pence each. That's a bit more sensible, isn't it? I wonder if that's a typo, you know, on Mauser. I just find that excessive price. I'm sure I wouldn't have ordered those in at that amount of money. I'm sure I wouldn't. I would have looked for something else if it was that much. But there you go. Right, let's use that figure anyway that I've got here. Let's price this lot up. So here we go. I've got to stick the cost of the board in after the VAT. So it's 43.36 plus 20%, dreaded VAT, 52.03 plus our board, 3.73. £55.76 that's cost, including VAT. 55.76. Let's see if you can get that. There you go. 55.76.2. So is that any better than the ones that are possibly for sale on eBay? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. And let's go to eBay. Commodore C64 power supply. Let's go for new. So I've just typed in Commodore C64 power supply, new. There's one there for £35.88 plus £8.40 postage from Italy. £56.30 plus £9.85 from Ireland. 56. So that's about 65 quid. 33, 43, 53, 54, 55, 62, 53, 63, 70 quid. So really, the only one I can see there, I mean, if we're taking the postage into consideration as well, because this is all free postage pretty much. There's one there, look. 32, 42, 52, no, 33, 43, 53, 54. Yeah, that's about the same price as the one that I've built. Oh Christ, there's one there at $49.99 postage. Hey? So they're all around about the 50 pound-ish mark, apart from that one at the top there from Italy. Let's have a look at that one. What are they, 30, 40, 50? That was the cheapest one. I think that was because of the postage. It doesn't look very substantial though, does it? So there's pictures of the inside there. Let's have a look. That's a switch mode. Is that? Okay, so in this one they've used that, to me looks like a switch mode power supply there. So they've used a 9-volt transformer for the AC, and then they've used a switch mode power supply shoehorned onto the board for the 5 volts DC. Got to be, isn't it? That's why it's smaller, because the in this one the 9-volt transformer only needs to produce 1 amp if the DC is being done on a switch mode power supply. Yeah. But then that is a working solution. It might be a bit noisy. It's going to be noisier than this, I'm sure. Interesting. So that's the only one really that's cheaper. 35, 45, 44. It's about £11 cheaper than the one I've built that's going to cost. So there we go. Well, making them for customers, you would have to add in your cost of labour. Yeah, you did right, Doug. End of the day, I haven't shopped around for the parts. I've gone with Mauser to buy the whole lot. I'm surprised at that that 33, where is it, 0.33 cap, £7.42. I wouldn't have paid that, I'm sure. I can't remember what my account in Mauser is set up, which I've got 2 email addresses, one for business and one for personal. You build it yourself so you know it and it is your build. Yeah, you're dead right, Bob. It's like if you ever do anything to your car. Say you put new brakes all round. Now, it might cost you more to buy them and blah, 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 all the rest of it. But you know that they're done and they're right. And I think that's the same with that power supply. I'm very confident of that. Very confident that that's a cracking supply. And he's used some bits in it. You know, we could cut back on the cost of a lot of this. We don't need a Nichicon 2200 50-volt cap. We could probably get a cheaper one of those. We could probably get a cheaper bridge. You could shop around and get all of this cheaper, I'm sure of it. The transformer's not mentally expensive, is it? £11 something. You know, when you consider that Traco is £8 plus the VAT, but it is doing a good job in this supply. You could, like someone else said, put a normal regulator in there perhaps. You might need some more components. But that's supposed to be a drop-in replacement, so whether a normal regulator would work straight in there, a 7805, I don't know. But there's very few components. I mean, what else is expensive on it? 7-pin DIN, £1.72. You can't really get away from that. They're all going to be around about that price. But you know what I'm saying? You could price this up and get it a lot cheaper. You know, we don't need such a fancy LED. We could have just had any old LED on it, I expect, but that's not majorly expensive. Just trying to see. The board was cheap. Bridge rectifier, £2, 2 Yeah, enclosure, £4.62. To be fair, for that size enclosure, that's good. That's a good price. That is from CPC. So I bought 4 of them, I think, at the time, and they were cheaper than that when I bought them. So so certainly we know that we can cut down the prices. So Theo's saying the power supply doesn't employ fast transistor switching, so it'll be ultra quiet. I think it will. It's got this little traco, which is a switch mode DC to DC converter, but I don't think that's going to be that noisy. It's certainly not showing up as noisy at this stage. But say, next thing to do is to get this built into the enclosure and get it powering up a proper Commodore 64. Hammond are very good, aren't they, Doug? I've got some Hammond ones here to build the other little PCBs in. So how are we doing? 6 o'clock's about the witching hour for me now. So let's just have a quick look at some of the other ones that I've got to build. These are the four lots of boards that I got from PCBWay. This is interesting. I'm really looking forward to building this, and this is the one that I need the EEPROM for. This is the final cartridge 3 Plus. There's diagnostics on this. This is for the Commodore 64. There's diagnostics on it. There's some games on it. There's all sorts of little utilities on it. That's going to be a nice little cartridge. And these 5 were $5, so they're $1 each, which is like nothing, is it? So the only expense on this, I suppose, well, obviously the components, but also I've got to get a cartridge shell for it, because I haven't got any Commodore 64 cartridge shells. So I've got a 3D print one, but my 3D printer's out of action. I've got to buy one. So that's the only extra cost on that. These here I'm going to make pretty soon. This is the little protection board for the power supplies, for existing power supplies. So basically you've got a wire, you wire this in series with your power supply, and basically if the voltage goes above, I think it's something like 6, it drops right out, or 5.8, something like that, so it won't damage your computer. So I've got 5 of those to build. I've got 5 Commodore 64s here, so I don't know how many power supplies I've got. Only got about three power supplies, I think. And this one here, this was just I got it for the hell of it, really. I think this allows you to clone Commodore 64 tapes from and run multiple disk. They call them data sets, don't they? Basically, the Commodore 64 cassette player. It's got a master which goes into your computer, and then you've got to you can copy out twice. Sorry, this goes into the computer, then you've got your master tape, and then you can do 2 copy tape decks on it as well. So basically it allows you to clone your tapes and use more than one more than one cassette deck on it. So yeah, that's all coming up at some stage. And the other thing that I really fancy doing is I've got some boards, another load of boards from PCBWay for building. Oh, what was I going to say then? It's gone from my head. Yeah, PLA chips. That's over here somewhere. I've got some PLA chips to build using that programmer. So this programmer that Ninja mentioned earlier, the idea of this is to program the GAL chips and also program that EEPROM for the final cartridge. Let's say I've not used this yet. It's basically a programmer that connects up to the computer. It's got one of these ZIF sockets in it. But apparently they're very, very good. I think Ninja just said that you can pretty much program anything with these things. They are very good. Using the PSG will void the warranty on your Commodore 64. It probably would do. So yeah, that's some other computer bits coming up at some stage. I know, as to say, it's mainly a radio channel, but I do have a lot of other bits and pieces here that I have a play with from time to time. So there you are. So I'm pretty much finished now, unless anyone's got anything for me, any questions while I'm drinking my beer. I've still got some beer left, so cheers everybody. As I said, I've been working to get Darren's airband radios finished. I had a bit of a breakthrough with the Gowers I'm working on. I mean, these things here. If you get one of these Gowers, run fast away from it because they're a pain in the neck to work on. I've spent many hours on this. It's I can't remember where they're made. It's based on a Minerva. I know the chap that converts them was based in Switzerland. But they're full of AF transistors, all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff that's not documented. There's no circuitry for the AM airband side of it. It's an absolute nightmare to work on. But there you go. I do take these things on, don't I? So that's actually my set that Darren's going to buy off me. So that's what I'm finishing off early part of next week. I've still got the Fidelity Rad 18 to sort. That was all done bar a line in it, and for some reason it's got just wire inductors, just wire wound inductors that you need to sort of stretch and squash to do the RF alignment on it. And I can't get the RF alignment for some reason. Been super great. No worries. Yeah, I need to get the Commodore 64 hooked up to the computer a bit better. I can hook it up with the composite cable and my capture card, but I'm sure I can do it a bit better than that. So we'll be playing with that. Eddystone were popular die-cast boxes with lighthouses on them. Yeah, they are. They're still about, I think, Nick, but they're really expensive. I've got some little Hammond ones, which those boards there will be going in. They're going in a Hammond enclosure. In fact, they were designed to fit in that enclosure, so I've actually got some of those, and they weren't expensive either. I think I bought 5 or 10 enclosures. I think I bought 10 because they were cheaper in multiples. So So say it's always fun in games trying to work out what to actually do on a Sunday. As I say, I try and tend to play with my own stuff on a Sunday. That's why you've got so much variety. And my cassette deck is working brilliantly now. I've fixed that totally. I've given it a full alignment. I've cleaned, demagged. I say it's had the azimuth done. It's had the speed done on it. And it is working amazing. I've recorded some stuff on it. It's really, really good. I even got the spares one working as well. So I've now got two, although I still need a pinch roller for the other one. But yeah, there you go. You need to have a sleep. You're tired from watching me drink all that beer. No worries, Harvey. Customs fees. What was the problem with the output on the cassette deck? I haven't done that one yet, Doug. The Nakamichi. That's still bubbling under. I've got to get to grips with that. I think it's a problem with the mute circuit. I think it's muting it because I've got power up to a certain stage in it. I've got the signal up to a certain stage right on the output, but then something's pulling it off of the output. So I think there's an issue with the muting circuit. But I've got a few things to check, but I really ran out of time when I did that the other week. It was a long old job, that. A real fiddle. You've never had to pay customs fees from China before. Headphone jack. No, it's not that simple, unfortunately, Rich. I wish. I wish. But yeah, it is a tricky one. I want to get it done because that's going to be my hi-fi deck. Well, Gary's got me one sorted. I haven't seen Gary today. Gary hasn't popped in, but Gary's got me a hi-fi deck when I can eventually get his poor amplifier sorted. I must get that back on the bench. I've also got to get that that valve tester sorted because I've got a couple boxes full of valves here that I want to test and get a shot of. Really, I want to make sure they work before I send it. Oh, you saw fees to be paid? Yes. Yes, you're right. You are right, Harvey. I forgot all about that. £14.98 in fees. That's the reason for that, Harvey, was because my total order, the total value of my order was 55 quid. So, unfortunately, because of the value of the order, I had to pay fees on it. If it had been just your normal $5, I wouldn't have had to pay any fees on it. So, yeah, unfortunately, I got stung. Harvey's on about that. Customs fee to pay. This was from China, but as I say, it was 55 quid I paid for that. So I suppose I've got to add a bit onto my power supply now. I'd forgotten all about that, Harvey. I won't sleep now. I won't sleep now. So as I say, Harvey, I did buy a lot of boards. I bought all of that lot. So 20 boards. So it's not bad, is it? So yeah, if anybody's got any ideas of what you want to see on the streams, if you don't like certain things, I mean, I did put a poll on my community page a while back, and it was sort of a mixed spread. Everybody likes a bit of something else. I think transistor radios came out on top, and I think, was it computers? There was a sort of, I think the next three were really close: computers, valve radios, and what was the other one? Amateur radio. I think they were fairly close, but transistor radios came out on top, really. Yeah. I think also you'll find, like, when you look on eBay now and you look at some stuff from China and you look at the postage cost, it's vastly different than it was. Like before, it was postage free or a couple quid. Now you're finding things that are 12 quid postage, and I think coming out of the EU has really hit us. Unless it's to do with the virus, maybe. I don't know. So there you are, people. That's it for today. Let's have a quick look at the stats. Let's have a quick look at the stats if I can find where I am. So where are we? Yeah, we're on. So, Mr. Ninja for some fuses. And those, they're so expensive. Why is a 160 milliamp fuse £1? As I say, I could have shopped around and took that bill of materials and mixed and matched all different places, but I just chose to get it all from Mauser because it was easier. So that bill of materials could come down. I could reckon I could probably shave a good 10 quid off of that, I expect. Especially if we went with Benji's suppression cap. Why those TDK ones are so expensive, I don't know. But I will be digging out my invoice later from Mauser and finding out what I actually paid for those, because I can't believe that. So thank you very much, Mr. Ninja, for that. And that's it for today, people. I'll be back on Wednesday. I'm still doing the Wednesday streams. I don't mind doing those. So I'll see you all on Wednesday, if not before. Whatever happened to the Bush battery radio that you were restoring? Bush battery radio, was that that was the EBM 60, Derek, wasn't it? I sold that to Tim. Tim Norris bought that from me, Derek. That's why you've seen nothing more on that one. Was that the Bush battery one? I think it was, wasn't it? Or was there another one? £37 postage for a bottle of Revox. Anyway, cheers, people. Thanks for that. Don't forget, put some comments in there if you want to add anything to today, and let me know. Yeah, it was the EBM 60, Derek. It was the Volve version of the TR82, wasn't it? Thanks, Dwarf. I hope you enjoyed that. As I say, it's a bit different building stuff. I've got quite a few little things to build. I've still got a kit from Derek here to build. Still got a radio kit from Derek here to build. So I've got loads of stuff still to do. So cheers, everybody. Have a good rest of the weekend, and I'll catch you on Wednesday. So let me get myself sorted. Yeah, Tim Norris had that one, Derek. I sold that one. He made me an offer I couldn't refuse, so I let it go, because he collects them, so I don't. Bye for now, people. Have a good one.